that work, Sheriff? Tisha? David?
I think so, and I think we may have that now. I didn't get the message that time anyway. See if I can find somebody that's watching.
Let me go ask.
Yeah, Andy says it is now.
Okay. So I'll just go through this quickly again. I'd like to take the opportunity to personally thank and acknowledge the efforts and activities of various county departments that have worked tirelessly on Linn County's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Tisha Coleman and the Public Health Department, who worked nonstop with contact tracing, testing, quarantine and isolation, public information dissemination, operational coordination, and numerous other efforts. In addition, Tisha has personally organized the food distribution program for Linn County citizens with foods provided by the Catholic Charities. Sheriff Kevin Friend and his group, who have organized the program to provide food, medical, and other needed resources to high-risk quarantine and isolation individuals and families, and they deliver those items anywhere around the county for those folks. The Sheriff's Office also provides security assistance and traffic control for community or group testing activities. They serve quarantine orders, transport test samples to the labs in Topeka and Kansas City, and assist in any other ways that we need. Jackie Messer and his staff with Public Works have assisted with logistics issues. They've set up a test site for us, developed a plan to handle trash for those who are in isolation, quarantine, or high risk, and assisting with other issues as needed. David Lamb and Cindy Holt work as Public Information Office and help draft press releases and documents and assist with financial issues and concerns. Chris Martin and the IT department work to keep all of our IT infrastructure up and operational, including phones, computers, etc. Fire and emergency management staff assist with PPE inventory and distribution efforts. And then, of course, Dr. Allen, who served as our local health officer for a period of time. So there's a lot more that goes into it that's behind the scenes that people probably don't see or realize all the efforts and all the people involved with it. And I just wanted to personally thank and acknowledge all those folks who are doing it for us. That's all I have, unless you have something for me.
That's good the third time.
Third time's the charm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tisha?
Good morning. Tisha Coleman, Linn County Health Department. I'll give you a COVID update. As of Thursday at 5 p.m., we were at 31 positives and 6 active. Over the past weekend, we have gone up 3 new cases and 1 probable, and that would bring us to 35 with 9 active cases. Just giving you a numbers update. Then we have just kind of an FYI that the governor had spoke last week in regards to she may go back to a phase 2, which is mass gatherings of 15, and so that's something just to be aware of, that if that were to change. WIC has extended our waivers, doing the phone appointment or appointments over the telephone through September 30th, so we can still do those. I have received a resignation from Jody Smith, which is our breastfeeding peer counselor and home visitor, and she was funded through the MCH and WIC program, and I would like permission to advertise and rehire that position.
I had no issue here.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay. And then as schools begin to reopen, just a message that I want to get out to parents and employees and stuff is the fact that schools, for schools to continue and safely, is that parents are the first line of defense. I know that sometimes parents, if they can take their temperature at home and check their child's symptoms before sending them on the bus or before sending them to school, then that helps the schools, I know, in what they're going to be doing. So again, asking parents to kind of pre-screen their children. I would like to have 15 minutes of legal and 15 minutes for personnel. And just want to encourage people to wear a mask when appropriate, socially distance, and avoid mass gatherings, because healthy economies function with healthy people. Oh, and KDHE did update on July 28th their press release for quarantine, and it was for 14-day quarantine for Florida on or after June 29th, Arizona, June 17th to July 27th, cruise ship and river cruise on or after March 15th. International travel, there's a variety of different ones that are listed on KDHE's website, but the CDC has a level 3 health notice. Those are for sure the ones. And then, of course, anyone notified from public health officials, state or local, of a close contact of a COVID-19 case. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie, you want to go ahead and go, or?
Jackie Messer, Public Works Administrator. We've got a few things going on this week. Asphalt got shut down last week by the rain, so we started working on the backlog of culvert replacements. I did work with the group on the COVID funding for the Sparks. We're going to try to install a holding tank at the airport this week. So it's probably going to be a one-day project. We're going to remove the septic tank and drop in a holding tank. I had a question last week that I guess you guys are the ones that can maybe give me a little guidance on. Andy went down and worked with Rick and Todd. We keep having a problem at the 4-H building at the fairgrounds, the water on heavy rains flooding in. The drainage is not right. It's not something we can change easily, but I know it's a county building, so I need to look at 2 or 3 areas of response. I guess almost every rain gets water in, and it's working on the sill plate and everything else. Do we want to put gutters on that building to try to divert the water away from there? That's one option. I can work up some options and bring them back. Another one would be try to do some landscaping to get a little bit more of the water away. But we just want to let you know we got an issue down there of water in that building. The kitchen area is where it's coming in.
Is the grade higher than where the sill
Well,
plate
actually,
is,
on
or-
some of the areas, it slopes away perfect. But on that one end where the propane tanks are and the kitchen is, it comes in the door. And then on the back side, I think we can grade a little bit of it away, but we may have to look at gutters on that building to get the water away to keep it out. We did the same thing at the marina store, had water every time it rained. So I'll work a little bit more on it this week and try to bring some guidance, but I'm assuming since it's our building, we're going to have to do something with it. Okay. I'm going to start I had 10 candidates for the noxious weed director. I want to start interviews this week. I'm going to start with internal. We have 4 candidates from within the county, and I'm confident one of the 4 can probably meet the requirements. So I was going to start by doing those, and then bring those to you next week, and if those aren't, if you want me to expand and do the full 10, I can do that. Then I need probably, about a 10-minute legal. Other than that, same old, different day, more of it. So, okay.
Is there any other time we need to add to executive session? We got 30 minutes total for Tisha and 10 for Jackie.
I did forget one thing. It was on the side. I sent you, I don't know, are you guys going to do the Board of Health thing at some point? Or the one on the yoga? Do I need to do that Board of Health or with you guys?
We'll discuss it in our legal session and let you know.
Okay.
We got no public comment? We got public comment? You got anything? Well, I'll make a motion that we go into executive session for 30 minutes, 15 legal and 15 personnel with Tisha, and then another 10 with Jackie for legal, for a total of 40 minutes. That's my motion.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
students, so they'll be busing half the students, they'll be only half the students in school at any point in time, we're spread out from top to bottom, but yet they're still getting in-class time and online time. So they come up with a hybrid
And I
system.
think they're gonna reevaluate that, I would assume, I'm guessing every couple of weeks. To then bring back everybody if they're able to do that. Kind of depending on the cases and things like that. They make that decision all on their own.
Well, even if it'll be a couple days a week, you know.
And I hadn't heard one of those you think about, so.
I just heard last night that they were talking about 5 days a week. But again, there's the working, so.
Sports going forward.
I haven't heard any relation to that.
That's weird. I watched the hockey game the other night, and the stands were empty, and I'm like, that's got to be terrible. Like, for hockey. It's all in the area.
Let me talk to you a little bit after this then. Maybe I should help or jump in on that if you think that it's possible or if I should.
I mean, I play in a rec league, and there's maybe 15 or 20.
How's Pat today?
Doing really good.
Yeah, and it's like, it pumps you up. You know? And there's only 20 people on 20 pounds.
And they're all going,
Actually, I think they're saying those are
looks like you got some sun.
No, I'm just waiting. Waiting.
Well, we got some rain we've been needing. How much did Mount City get?
Yeah, I was hurt for sure. A bunch. For this time of year.
It's kind of spotty. A lot of people got several, a few people got little, but
I'm actually getting some grass to grow in my fresh dirt.
old timers say plant grass any month but August.
You're not coming back for more, are you?
I just thought you guys might be talking about budget here in a minute.
We're waiting on Danny, so if everybody's wondering why we're just sitting here, that's what we're doing.
I'm sorry.
You got tissue.
We'll just action with Tisha, you would come on up and.
Hello, Tisha Coleman, Linn County Health Department. I just wanted to bring up the fact that through KDHE, we have received some funding opportunity that is for critical infrastructure staffing. And most of the health departments, or at least a large percentage of the health departments, are doing what's called a one-time pay adjustment for staff directly working with COVID. And so that is my question or ask to you is what they're doing. There's a variety of ways that it's being done, but majority of them are doing a 10% based off of like their yearly salary. And that is my ask to you for the staff that have been working for deeply into COVID. That money.
These funds are all coming from the state.
Yes, this money is coming from the state. Each county has been allocated a certain amount. Then we submitted our budgets to them. And so fringe benefits and that amount, if we did a 10%, would go towards, I mean, we would get reimbursed for that. So it's it's at no cost, I guess, to the county.
So do we need a motion on that, or? I'll make a motion that we, how should we state that? Just we allow the,
Allow the 10% one-time pay adjustment.
that's my motion.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
How do they allocate the money? Is it for
It's
population?
based off of population and the number of COVID cases, if I recall, on June 19th, is how they came up with their amount.
So with that, said it's for people directly working with COVID response. So we just need to get together there and talk about who gets that, who doesn't, and how it all works out. And, you know, I'll have to get with my payroll employees and see how we get that in the system.
Okay. And then once we do that, then I could submit for the reimbursement of that, so. Okay?
You good? You guys got anything? Thank you.
Thanks.
Jackie, you got some more stuff? All right. David?
All right, so we need to talk about the ambulance contract and budgets and what direction you go with the ambulance contract is going to have effect on how the budgets work out. Are you ready to dive into that?
I am.
Okay, so the bid we got, of course, we went over this before, but AMR was the only company that submitted any bids. They gave us 4 options, and the option A was the service we currently have, and there was no change in the cost on that. And option B was adding another response vehicle, or adding another
Employee.
EMT, basically, so the one that the supervisor has now would be able to transport. And then option C and D were those types of options, but with higher mileage limits on the vehicles, going up from 150,000 to 225. So obviously different costs associated with all those. I can tell you what I plugged in the budget, because I thought you might be going this way, was the option C, which was a higher mileage limit, but the same type of service we have now.
No,
But that's up to you guys on which way you want to.
and I think we're perfectly fine reading those amounts.
Yeah.
That was the lowest amount, right?
Yeah, that one is $895,000 for the year, which is down from 927, 982 that we have now.
And I can tell you the last 5 years ago when we voted on this, I voted no on AMR because I thought the cost was excessive. And it is a lot of money. But I will tell you this, that since then, they've worked very hard, and I've worked hard being a part of the board for that department up in Topeka. And actually their prices, it's far better than I even thought it was. So I would say that, and they have all the you don't know the responsibilities that they have until you see all the cases that come through there. So they handle all that. That would be something that we would, if it was a county-run organization, we would be in Topeka every month or every other month with if there was any action or incidents from so.
Just for clarity, let me insert one thing. You talked about being on the board. That's the EMS board for the state, not
Right.
the AMR board.
Right, yeah, EMS board. Thanks, we don't want another article. All right, so anyway, I think you've done a great job. Mike I believe is the one that came up with the mileage thing, and that worked out to our advantage, and it wasn't, it stuck us really good with a big bill because you're the only ones, and you probably had a good feeling that you might be the only ones again. But I'm very happy with it, and I really appreciate myself all the hard work you did, and you came up, how many thousands of dollars underneath? The one was 927 last time, and now it's
895.
$895.
So it's a decrease of 32, almost $33,000.
Yeah, right.
Just
So
by
thank you very much for that.
vehicles.
So that would be my motion, if we're ready to make a motion on accepting that amount for that, unless somebody wants, of course.
I would say that's
discussion.
probably in light of the way the budget is, that's probably where we're gonna land. If you don't mind, before you motion
Yeah.
on that, which one of those two contracts we did, can we go there through the rest of the budget, and kind of line it? And
Sure.
I'm certain that's where we're gonna end up.
Yeah.
So, I don't think it's a year for any.
And that is too, Mike, if you remember when AMR presented that, they made a recommendation that, not a recommendation, but they made a suggestion that it's not necessarily that important that we have another EMT at that cost of almost $150,000 more. So that's kind of the reason why I'm sticking with that.
If you can recall, just a few years ago, the west side was pretty naked as far as, and we've come a long ways on that, and hope to continue to if the need presents itself and the numbers dictate that we need and have to have that, we're set up to do it, so. But anyway, if it's all right, we'll kind of work through
Yeah, sure.
the budget and then make that decision, but it'll be one of those two contracts.
Well, we have quite a bit to
Hold on,
talk
David.
about
You got something?
on budget.
And we're keeping track of those numbers whenever you want to know what they are, how it looks on the west side, you just ask us. And I'm sure, you know, the 3 supervisors report to Galen, okay, it's time, we're getting killed over there. You know what I mean, on the west side, so we'll always keep you updated on that.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So Greg, go ahead and get into the budget discussion. I emailed all of you
You
late
did.
yesterday, copies of where I was at on the budgets and the budget comparison. I went ahead and printed out the comparison in case you want to look through that. What I put in on, give you one here in just a second, Gary. I believe starting on the 3rd page where I show the 2020 budget and the proposed 21, that 21 column is after I made a lot of adjustments to all the budgets to try to get us in not only under our tax limit, but without increasing the levy, because those are not necessarily the same thing. There are certain areas in the budget that are outside of the tax lid. Some of that would be increases in law enforcement and emergency medical services. So just as an example, Kevin's request on adding some positions, I put that in the budget the way he requested, and that actually increased the amount of taxes we could levy and still remain under the lid. However, unless we make some other cuts, which I've done in some of them, it would increase our tax levy, and I knew you didn't want to do that. So the way I've got it worked out at the moment, between the county and rural fire levies, we would actually be down 0.001 mils. So basically the same mill levy we had this year. And we come in about 130,000 under our tax lid limit on dollars. We talked some recently about cost of living, and I did go ahead and put a 1% cost of living in there. We talked about a half or maybe up to 1 if we could get it to work out, and depending on what you want to do on some of these options, I think we could go to 1 and make it work. That's smaller than the cost of living adjustments we've done in most years in the past, but the fact that we have a 27 pay period year coming up had a big effect on payroll, because that was nearly a 4% increase just to cover that, an extra pay period in the year. So I went back through every budget that was submitted. I had already done a salary comparison sheet where I mapped it out by individual employees, split up by departments, to see what it really took to fund those positions for the year, and not only for next year, but this year. So I plugged in the 1% cost of living and used just a 1-step merit increase as an average. So I applied that to all employees, knowing that that's probably not what's going to happen, but to give me something to get in there to work with on the numbers. So I went back through every budget and adjusted the next year's salary request to account for that. My biggest problem I got into was really keeping the mill levy down. I didn't have as much trouble getting to the tax limit lid as I did the mill levy. And some of that is because we did have some increases in, well, sheriff and attorney, which both fall under the law enforcement, which allowed us to go up in tax dollars and still stay under the lid. So I have a copy of all the budgets that were submitted here with me that I've marked up some as I went through. And just as an example, because it's the one on the top of the stack, is the commission budget. So for the commission budget for next year, you had tentatively approved $81,550, which most of that is salary. giving a 1% cost of living increases the salary line, so it would take that budget up to $83,050. So I've made adjustments like that to all of them. I had a couple of departments when I sent an email out a week or two ago saying we were looking for places to cut and save money that responded with some ideas. The attorney said he could get rid of about $12,000 in this year's part-time benefits, part-time salaries basically because of the COVID, and there wasn't that much going on for his part-time person to do that handles diversions, so he wasn't paying as much out there. Now, on that one, he had actually put the assistant attorney down in contractual instead of in payroll, so I moved that in the budget back up to the payroll line. I did not account for what he asked for in that budget proposal of $1 an hour increase for 2 of his employees. I used my standard 1% cost of living in a step. So the way I've got that one adjusted, there would not be enough for that $1 an hour for 2 employees that he talked about. Registered deeds had given me a suggestion of knocking about $1,500 off her contractual expenses for this year, that she didn't think she would need it, and so I knocked that out. The sheriff's budget, I did leave in the option, or Schedule A, that has I believe it's 3 new dispatchers, is that correct, Kevin? Correct. So it would account for having 3 additional dispatchers and the training budget, and I'm not spotting that amount, but there was additional put in there for a training budget. So those are in there. There were some budgets I actually decreased the amount of salary that was requested in them, because when I looked at it, they did not need that much for funding their salaries for a year. There were some that I had to add quite a bit to what they had originally requested because there wasn't enough to cover the salaries that they had. So I'm just looking as I go through. Doug's emergency management budget. At the moment, I do not have the amount of salary that was listed in there for a lot of overtime increase for next year. Now, that's one that hopefully, if we're still in this position, there'll be some more money coming, and if he needs to work the overtime, we're hoping we'll get some reimbursement to cover that. But I do not have it in this budget at the moment. The other route to take on that would be show that we are going to get reimbursement and put it in. So it will work either way. As long as we have the cash coming in, we can adjust budgets throughout the year and do an amendment. One that I decreased salary line on was planning and zoning, and Jackie and I talked about that one. When I looked at the 2 employees that get paid out of there, we had more in the salary line than we needed on that, so I cut that one back. Contingency was one where I originally thought we'd have to cut quite a bit off to get us into tax lid. After working through all this, I have it at close to what this year's budget was. This year we were at $2,325,000. I have $2,304,000. So that gets that fund built back up to almost where it was to start this year. And same thing with windfall, was another one I was afraid we'd have to cut. Right now, I have that back at the $3 million we had in it this year. So it would not be reducing either one of those or very much of a reduction, which would put us in a better position as we go forward with not only the building project, but if we do get into some of these things next year where we've got to pay some extra, money would be available in those lines in our reserves to be able to pay that out and not have to worry about it at the time. The ambulance budget, I plugged in the option C, which is the $895,000, so I have that budget ready whenever we get far enough to make a decision there. I'm flipping through my budget sheets here to see if there's things I spot I want to bring up. I know I had talked about maybe some of these outside agencies, we wouldn't be able to give them the increases they asked for this year. I do have their increases in there at this point. I did not cut back on any of those. Park is one where I added some to salary because we weren't going to have enough to cover, especially with an increase. See, I'm just about through the general fund here. I also put some income in our budget from this park money that we're getting. We still don't have all our final numbers on that, so it's hard to know exactly, but I did put some income in there for things we're pretty sure about that we're going to be able to use that money on. So that helped offset some of the tax on it too. Solid waste was another area where I had to jump up the payroll quite a bit, just by looking at the employees. Slight increase on the mapping, slight increase on the IT. Employee benefits, I went back and calculated the 1% cost of living along with the other things we talked about. And I'm gonna have to go up on the FICA and CAPERS line items on that in order to cover the increases. And so I'm up to, I went up about another $3,500 on it over what had been previously approved. Appraiser is one that's kind of tough at the moment, and I do want to talk about the applications that we got before we're done today and have you take a look at them. But I did plug in that we would be hiring a new appraiser at some time before long this year, hopefully. So they are also short one of their staff employees at this time. So I've got that replacement in there too later this year. I did end up having to go up a little bit on their salary request for next year to cover those positions. Rural fire, that was one that, and Doug will probably want to talk about this some. They kind of catch the brunt of evening out our mill levy at times than they have over the last couple of years or so. On this one, I did cut back just slightly on next year's salary line because without working on overtime or anything, it looked like there was a little extra there, but that was just a couple thousand off that. I also ended up reducing the transfer of funds next year to 40,000 instead of 50. And then in this year's, I was cutting back on the volunteer pay. We're still at about 24,000 at this point in the year. We've got 85 budgeted there, and I cut that back to 60 for this year. But I cut this year's transfer of funds alone. There were some increases on commodities and capital outlay next year, and I did not touch anything on those. Contractual is also up some next year. Contractual except for utilities, but Doug had already reduced the utility line for next year. Road and bridge was one where I had a big discrepancy on the amount of salary that was needed. I had to bump that one up over $100,000 to cover all the salary for next year. I did go back then, and part of what Jackie had asked for was an increase on doing some building, almost painting and repairs, and about $215,000 more in gravel. I ended up cutting 150 out of one or the other of those lines. So instead of 315 increase there, it would be like a 165 increase on those. But I used that, a lot of what I cut there to cover the salary. It still made the total request go up a fair amount for next year. Then there's several more funds here that are not tax levy funds. Health department, I increased even more on the salary for next year than what Tisha had requested. And I put in more spending for this year because I know we've got it. And again, we're gonna get a lot of that money back, at least for this year's, but I don't know what's gonna happen next year. I will pretty much guarantee you at this point, we're gonna have to do a budget amendment this year because farther here, see if there's any others we need to adjust. Elderly, I think all I changed there was a little bit of increase on the salary lines to cover cost of living. So I think that's pretty much it. Biggest questions probably I have left would be, one is the ambulance, which way we want to go with that contract. Kevin's was a big jump and adding those positions, if we're gonna go ahead and do that now. Road, on whether or not we want to put that much more gravel and stuff in, because I cut some of that back in order to get the levee down. And then fire was one where that levee was gonna go up a little bit, and I still have it going up a hair, but not as much as it was a couple of years ago. So I think those are probably the major areas we wanna look at, along with, do you wanna go with 1% on cost of living, or do we wanna cut that back to free up some of those funds to use somewhere else?
No, I'd like to talk about all that, David. Just a couple questions for me is the courthouse, what was the significant rise in it?
Yeah, that was one where I had asked for a new payroll program.
Okay, gotcha.
It's gonna be a little over $100,000, and I still have that in there at the moment, but that would be one too, if you wanna postpone that. I mean, we could look at that down the road, but it is in the numbers I gave you at the moment. I didn't mark that one in red on my sheet as I went through, so I didn't think about bringing that one up again right now.
But the net of it is where we're at right now.
The way I presented it to you, our levy would, our mill levy basically would not change. It would be down 1/1000th of a mill, which is practically nothing in tax dollars. And for the overall, the way we were hit by the tax lid, we would be $114,000 under our tax lid limit.
What's,
114?
so I guess my biggest concern is adding three, and this is for you, back there, Kevin, is adding 3 new positions next year. We've already added, didn't we already add one, an additional detective to yours?
No.
You have how many detectives?
3.
3. Because we don't have a new, my biggest thing is we don't even have a new facility yet, and I know you want to train them as they go, but adding 3 people at a cost of over $200,000 that's my concern with it.
It's an option.
So I'm not in favor of that. And then on the payroll, did we get a payroll system a few years ago? What did we get
got a
that cost?
timekeeping.
We got a what?
Time clock system.
Time clock system. I'm not against that. And I would, the help with Doug a little bit, I know he adjusted your numbers a little bit on that. If you could live with that. That would be my only concern. I'm not, somebody's gonna have to convince me that, we need to hire 3 new people at that cost for this upcoming year. That's my biggest catch with the whole budget. And I am in favor of the lowest cost on the ambulance service because they worked really hard at it. And they got a good price out of it. When they could have just gave that number to us.
Doug, what's your take on the adjustments?
The only comment I'd like to make, over the past several years, to keep the mill levy the same, the fire department's mill has been forced down to offset the county side of things. This year, it's kind of gone up. I'd like to see the county side kind of help offset the fire department, because we ranged from 2.1 to 2.5 mils over the past few years. We're still in that same range where we've stayed. Obviously, if we have to cut it, one of the things I told David, we could reduce our capital outlay request by about 16,000, I think it's 646. If we reduce that for the painting of the fire stations that we need to paint, we could do 2 next year instead of 4, and that would put the actual dollar amount exactly exact same dollar amount, the bill levy's not gonna be the same because that changes from year to year.
With the
So
value.
we're not asking for any more money, but the bill levy's gonna move up and down with the exact same amount of money. That makes it difficult.
Jackie, are you done?
Yep.
Jackie, can you explain the jump in the solid waste?
We talked about it, and I don't know where, did I have it wrong in labor?
I think that was the biggest part, was labor on that one.
I think part of it is we're full staff. For the last couple of years, we've been having openings.
But you don't have any new employees, additional employees. You just was short. And this is where I keep harping on is, we need something that the county goes by, Gary, in my opinion, a table of organization of who those positions are. So if anybody wants to add them later on, somebody wants to add a position to a driver or to a road grader operator or to a deputy, that either has to be voted on by the commission, which it would anyway, but it shows that you've added an additional person. Otherwise, this is your list, this is your payroll, these are the people that you're authorized to hire and fire or retire or whatever it is, but that's your number. So if there's 10 employees that work for you in each district, then those are the 10 that nobody can ever get that messed up if it's in writing.
I think, when I worked for David, I didn't think the big jump was in there, so I guess I was surprised by it. I think, I don't think I added.
The only other thing I see was on the commodity line, you went from 75,000 to 120 next year's request.
Is there an increase on the,
Possibly doing the cell by comp. That's what it was.
The new sale.
Yeah, and then total overall, I think when he did his analysis, we have only added one position.
Over the past 5 years.
Yeah, and that was codes. That was the only position we'd added. We're basically right where we've been. But we are running closer to full staff. People aren't moving on as quick as they were, as people are hanging on.
Yeah, I
We have
ended
more
up,
stable staff now.
I had to add several thousand on the staffing line, but I think some of that, there's, typically when I send the budget sheets out when we start all this, I always show this is through whatever date. This time it happened to be the first 4 months of the year. I think there was some confusion, and I need to explain that better probably next year when I send them out and list how many pay periods out of the total that counted for. Because in this case, it wasn't take that number times 3 and that's going to be your pay for the year, just because of when the pay periods fell. And that threw Jackie off a little when he was calculating payroll that was needed. And when I did it by listing the employees and their wage and working across, so I got a more exact number that way. And he's not the only one on that. That's created some adjustments in several of them. So it's a little confusing, and I don't think about some of those things because I work with those numbers all the time, and if somebody that doesn't, they're not going to pick up on that as quick.
Right.
And that was for the survey and the cell, and now that threw me off. Survey and the cell, fuel, stuff to run the equipment, rent the equipment, or contract the fuel. Find that fuel.
Go ahead, Doug.
Many moons ago, when I worked for the state of Kansas, when we were doing budgets, we were given a value for wages. So maybe because David just pointed out the fact he can calculate actually what it's going to be, and we're kind of guessing if we could get it set up in future years to where he just, this is the number for your wages for the positions you have, that would help me at least in knowing that I have a correct value.
Or couldn't they just submit it without any cost increase and then we could talk about it then?
But
What would be the difference?
It's been my experience over the years that the money I ask for is without cost of living or step increases and so forth. So the budget that I got approved last year for my wages in fire, as an example, for the staff, does not cover the amount of money we're spending this year for those wages, because it changed, and I didn't account for it because I didn't know. I used the number I had last year. Once those increases go into effect, actually, I don't have enough budgeted for wages, so if he's giving me that value and this is what you need to use, that's going to be more accurate for me than me trying to figure it out on my own.
Okay.
And I know it's more work for the clerk's office to provide all that information, but it would be more accurate than what we're trying to do, trying to figure it out. Because normally I don't have enough, but I have enough over the whole budget. I have enough hopefully to pay for it in the end where it's not a problem, but it could be more accurate.
Okay.
And I can do that as here is what it takes to fund your budget with salary based on current employees with no increases. And we'll adjust for increases, which we do that adjustment anyway. It wouldn't be that much different than what I'm doing now going back. I just have to do it earlier in the year and send it out ahead of time instead of after everything comes in, go in and look at it. Which I don't know if earlier is any better or worse for me, but I'm doing that work anyway.
Right.
Just be on when I do it.
Okay.
David, on your payroll for the courthouse, that payroll system you're talking about, now, if I remember right, it doesn't include the entire courthouse, right? That was just your office for that amount?
Oh, it would be a payroll system for the whole county. I mean,
Oh,
we're the
okay.
ones using it and doing it.
I thought there was something where we had to pay extra for, was it something else we had to pay extra for or on that
Is
payroll
there a
system?
maintenance package or anything with it?
There'll be maintenance in future years, yeah.
They came over and gave us a PowerPoint on why and the benefits of it, and that was a year ago, wasn't it?
Well, I think we brought it up, but then this spring before we got into budgets, I think is when they did an actual presentation on it because we wanted to give you a little heads up that that's what we were looking at. But yeah, I mean, it would be for the use for payroll for the county. It's just our office is the one using it.
And it actually ties into the time clock system, where the other one does not, so.
Well, we can pull the information into the one we have now from the time clocks, but it would be a different, it would be a much more efficient way to tie those together.
But the payroll system we're using right now, it's working?
It does work, yes. Like I said, this one would be more efficient, it would work better, but a lot of what we were looking at is when we get into reports out of it. With the new one we're looking at, you can pretty much get any kind of report you need, and that's pretty often that we're having to do reports for a department or for state or federal reporting. We've got to just run out lists and manually do all that. Where with the new one, you could just query that report and it would do it for you. I think it would probably do a lot of what I've been doing with spreadsheets for the budget process too. We could plug the numbers into it and it would kick those out.
And on sheriff's, which option did you put in here? It was
I put
the,
in the option, or the Schedule A, which was the higher option, with the additional dispatchers and the training.
and Rick, how did you feel about the sheriffs, you said? How did you feel about the sheriffs? You weren't,
I'm just, it's just a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not saying you don't need it, because I don't know. At this time, 200,000 is a lot, so I would go with the option of not doing them.
I think my thought on that would be, I think that I would, if it was possible, I think I'd want to stick with the payroll system we have now and allow Kevin to do as he needs to get his office up to par and running right, rather than spending the money on the payroll system right now.
I respect your opinion, but I will say, right now, I have both those things in the budget. Those-
Oh, okay, they are, both of them
Yeah,
figured in right
they're
now?
in there, is what I've got now. Now, if you decide not to go with one or the other, however, that's gonna free up some more money that could be used somewhere else in the budget.
I'd just like to see the employees, getting, as much back as they can, take care of them. What did we say we were up, we give them a 1%?
Yeah, this is calculated with the 1%. Let me open another file, and I can tell you how much difference that makes.
But now we have to stay above a certain tax rate, right?
Yeah, we have to stay under a tax rate.
But we can't go too far out, right? Is that what?
1% in actual salaries is right around $50,000.
Too high.
And in benefits, there was another 3,500 or so added. So we're looking in the neighborhood of 55,000 for a 1% increase. And that 1% is in there. And that's with the additional employees we talked about here.
What's your thoughts, Jack, on road and bridge?
I think we cut back the gravel that I was requesting quite a bit. We're gonna go $1 million again this year. We went $1 million last year. We got 393 budgeted. We added, 200,000 maybe for the updating the building. And I'm afraid that we keep building in other areas of personnel, pretty soon we won't be able to get personnel we need because the other departments are growing. And I mean, no disrespect to the dispatchers, but we're paying a lot more for gravel and trying to get the roads maintained, and we're not making outlandish requests. I don't know. I know the gravel's gone up $3 or $4 a ton, $3 or $4 a ton in the last 2 years, and I expect another big jump in it. So I'm afraid that we're falling behind pretty good.
How did you figure the gravel for next year in this budget?
393.
393?
What last year's budget was 393, almost 400,000. We spent $1 million.
Right.
So I added 200 to each area, and then we ended up cutting that back to 200. So we're still, and we've spent 700, almost 800 already this year.
So you're saying this year we have budgeted $500,000 for gravel, and we're already, the budget cycle 2021 is budgeted in this way we presented as $500,000 for gravel, and we're already at 700,000 this year.
Do you feel like we've done a lot of preventative maintenance on the roads that will be able to save some money on gravel?
I think so, but I can't predict the weather again.
Jack, on that, is that the surface material line?
No, that's for chip seal. That's different.
Are we gonna lock in a price with the quarries too? I mean, is that something that we can?
We can try, but I don't know. They give us the price in January for the whole year. Sometimes they increase it later but not often. But since the quarries have been sold, and you have a different vendor up there, they are raising theirs, and so others follow suit. So, but we'll get by with what we get. I mean, but
Yeah, because I'm showing, well, the surface material 1 and 3 are north and south.
yeah,
Is where the budget this year was 193 and 192.
yeah.
And what you asked for was 300 each. And you look at historically 19, we spent 750 basically on those 2 line items. Now we may have taken some more out somewhere else. The years before that, we spent 250 total and 300 total.
Yeah, we didn't put it down the way it should have been done. They were constantly, sometimes they were turning money back up, putting the gravel out there. We started putting the gravel out there that we need.
Jackie, on noxious weed, it looks like we're down quite a bit. I mean, are we still,
We had a contract in there, we tried, it didn't work, so we took that back out.
so are we still figuring a full-time director?
Yes, yes, and a part-time person. Actually, part-time person is 6 months paid with solid waste and 6 months with noxious waste.
Which we have, is it that younger, is that kind of what we're figuring on a summer work for that, or no? Or is it an actual position?
We had an actual position in there for summer help, but we never have filled it. We've not been able to. If we're able to, we'll have another person.
Is that, that's not what we have right now?
No.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, right now, we have a full-time employee, but the salary split between solid waste and noxious waste.
And what we'll probably do, depending on what the person does in the summer, I want to look at this, with the new solid waste director, I want to look at also doing the bug spray. So the off-season won't be moving them around to different departments.
The bug spray, you're talking about doing it in-house? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. I mean, I'm not real crazy about the contract
What-
we've had.
What is the contract? Is it like 3-year deal or something, or?
2-year deal that's being running out this year. So by the, after I do the interviews, feel like we can, we have a candidate that can do both noxious weed and in-house spray and save some, well, I don't know, save some money. I think it will save money, but I know we'll get a better quality job. So, yeah, the noxious weed dropped down because we started with a contractor, wasn't satisfactory, so we moved on, and that money rolled back. And I would say the director would also work through the off-season with wherever they're needed. Be a lot of training on this off-season.
Hey, Gary, I'm not picking on you. I'm kind of talking about everything that's over a certain percentage of, increase in the budget, and yours is increased a little bit. Do you want to talk about it?
Well, yeah, the way my budget is set up, I've got a salaried amount that covers certain things, and then there are other things that we do that we never know in advance how much there's going to be of them, are billed by the hour. The last year or two, those hourly billings have been pretty high because we've done a lot of stuff. We had several lawsuits that I've been involved in. We've had a number of personnel things that I've been involved in, plus the building project, which is taking a lot of extra time.
Yeah, I would think so.
And so David thought it would be better to go ahead and bump up that budget to cover what we've been basically doing the last couple of years, rather than letting it run over.
That line item on the contractual part of Gary's budget, we only had 45,000 budgeted for this year, which we were doing that, a year ago at this time. We ended up at 72,000, almost 73 in that line item last year. The year before that was 56. The year before, in 17, it was only 31,679. But yeah, just from that trend and the way things were going was why I bumped that one up this year. And
So-
that's, it's Gary's budget for his office, but I'm the one that prepares that budget. Other than occasionally talking to Gary to see if he knows there's something coming up, I really don't consult with him much on that. I just put the numbers in.
I get another question I have is, with the project and stuff, I know you kind of oversee that, and it's only going to get way busier, from here on out. Now, how are we going to?
Well, I would anticipate that once we get the bids let, my role will actually decrease. That's what I'm hoping.
So then we're going to set up another.
There'll be an on-site manager that working for the construction manager that will run the project, and all I'll do is just communicate between that person and you guys.
I just feel like that's going to be a lot of time. Mike, what do you think? I just want to be sure.
Once it gets underway, as you know, we're probably a weekly progress meeting, and probably, depending on which contractors are being affected, they may not even be required most of the contractors to be there unless they're in that weekly schedule, but, mostly, just an update, and I don't know that some of that would be attended by Zoom. I think we're gonna see some changes, the way things historically have been done, or what we're gonna see in the future, but, and it might be something that the commissioners can participate in the Zoom meeting,
Absolutely.
and not have a liaison for that portion of it.
I think that part of the job will actually decrease once we get the bids let and the project started. I anticipate, but on the other hand, if we keep getting sued every couple of weeks.
Yeah, I just want to be sure that we're, I just have this feeling that when the project starts, that will be a lot of involvement, so. Jackie, do you feel comfortable with everything you got going on?
The numbers that are on that budget comparison sheet I handed out to you are with all these adjustments that have been made, so. Let's just give you something to go by and look at each one. And I would be happy to try to explain any changes on there if I can help out with anything.
Tisha, I know yours is bigger than usual. Are you comfortable?
Related,
Right.
completely.
Are you comfortable with everything?
Yes.
Anybody else got anything else?
No, there's just two big things out there that we're going around, so that's the two hangups.
You got anything you want to add about the positions, or it's just training in the position?
Yeah, I think the only thing I would want to say in response to Commissioner James is that we didn't add a new position, we took away the administrative deputy position.
Okay.
And I moved that spot over into the bureau.
Fair
because
enough.
I wanted that there for the service. So I just didn't want anybody to think that we'd already added, we have not.
And I'm for your training budget, your 40,000, I'm for that, I think.
I appreciate that.
Just adding 3 at one time, I'm not,
I fully understand.
so.
Was there did you have any more information about being able maybe to consolidate the simple control with the dispatch in the new facility, or?
Well, I think that's something we look at, before we get there, Commissioner. I just don't know at what point, we would redraw that essentially if we were to do that. So I would reach to the commission for any suggestions on that. I think it's probably a pretty good idea to save some square footage. That's my thought.
I understand. And as well as the labor, yeah, it looks to me like that's kind of viable. I know it was discussed early on, but the previous administration was pushing away from it, and maybe with good reason, I don't know. But
Yeah.
it's probably something that needs to be studied. I'd support that then. I think I'm fully supportive of the training staff, and I'd like to know a little more about it before we add 3 and then affect the benefits of it. That is, I guess, where I'm at. Has anybody else got any other comments they'd like to make about their budget, or something that we're not seeing or weighing? I'd love to add a full-time position to the ambulance on the west side. If we have transport capability, but I don't know.
Kevin, I will ask you, do you have any that you know of dispatchers that are resigning, retiring, quitting, moving on? And then if not, if you was to hire a new dispatcher, how long, unless that dispatcher actually came from a dispatcher already, how long does it take for you to feel comfortable with the dispatcher, saying they're a good individual that you hired?
Right now, our training program for them runs 3 to 4 months before they go on their own. So just saying if this program went into effect, it would probably be mid-2021 before we would start seeing the effect of the program, just due to training.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I am concerned about an area, I know that are over on the budget this year on the rock and gravel, we were last year, and, I mean, it looks like we're almost just saying, well, don't, we're part of the general fund, we'll flop things around. We know we're going over on this rock, and, it has been, if you think about what rock was and what it is now, it's 40% increase, 30 and 40%.
701,000 we spent this year.
I'm not talking about volume as I am about cost increase. And so that's, we ran for years on $250,000 budget on gravel, and then we increased, and it's still not even meeting half of what our needs have been in the last 2 years. So, I mean, that is concerning to me, but I don't. That's my thoughts, I guess. Yeah, I'd like to see at least a COLA. I mean, we've worked hard to start stabilizing an environment for our employees, and I think a COLA is important, whether it's a half or 1%, but something. And then, as much as anything, I want to see this performance-based. If you do a good job, there's an incentive to do a good job. You go get some other credentials, or
And that's the thing
you're
too.
rewarded for it.
Right, I agree. I mean, I think we're all in support of our employees getting a cost of living increase, and they should, whether it's a half or 1%. So the only thing out there I would ask Mike is, Danny's kind of talked a little bit about the program that David's office wants. Where are you at on that? Because you've talked about the sheriff's, and now talk about that, because those are the two big things, the two big sticking points right now, and they're quite pricey, both of them.
How long do you expect that program to be viable to the county? I mean, is it typically something you do every 4 years?
The one we have now, we've been using some version of that program since I started working here 25 years ago.
So it's that old,
Yeah.
So that's
I mean,
my.
there have been updates to it over the time.
Sure.
It's the same basic program.
and would you say that, I'm butting in on your bet,
We get
on the
them all.
time clock ish, when we implemented the time clocks and stuff, has that been helpful?
Yes.
And everybody's good with that? Okay.
We have a lot better accountability now.
I think, I heard that, I just wanted to hear from you.
I'm not seeing, just for the record, I'm not seeing one supervisor shake their head no. Everybody's very much in agreement that that was a benefit to the community. And they expected, depending on, I want to say abuse, but the misuse of the time system, they expected that to pay itself back within a year or maybe 2. And I would say it probably has, at least since we we implemented the program. It's probably paid for itself, just because.
And also another point, the system he's talking about that he uses, it's not just that 100,000 we use it in here, that's how we track our funds too. It's not just our funds.
So it's used pretty much
Yeah,
several
it's
offices.
used for everyone, but, I mean, the actual processing of payroll.
Sure.
But, yeah.
And if you've waited 25 years to get a new program, I'd say you waited quite a while.
25, it's been a while.
I've been here about that long.
Oh, since you got here, I got you. And to be clear, and in fairness, this $100,000 isn't gonna fix us for 25 years, no, but when they came in and made that presentation, they give us 6-8 months to soak on it, and even, I think there was some discussion of it last budgeting cycle, so I think it's something that the county needs to keep us where we need to be overall. I know it was something that we could postpone, but I think that's all we're gonna do is be able to postpone it if we don't go ahead and fund it.
And that company does not finance themselves. However, if we wanted to
Yeah,
look
I'm
at some
gonna
type
talk
of
to him
lease
later
purchase
after
for
he
goods,
gets done.
that over a couple
Now,
of
this is,
years. But then
I don't have this paper,
gives
but
us
this is option A. I think.
debt again that we tried to get out of. So, I'd rather just go ahead and buy it if we're going to do it, but there is a possibility that we could do some type of a lease purchase and spread that cost over a couple of years' time.
We've been so good about not doing that.
Well, that's,
You pointed that out.
that stuff paid off, and I don't like going down that road.
Yeah,
I don't have to.
And Kevin, this option that we have in here for you, is this, I don't have your paperwork, is it option A? Or do you know what I'm talking about?
On the sheriff's?
Yeah.
Yeah, Schedule A is the one I've got in there, and that's the one with the additional dispatchers and the training budget.
And I take it option A is your number one choice?
I have that.
Yeah, it would be, but that's why there's different options, so you guys.
I want to tell you how much I appreciated you laying that out as long as you did. That was
And just, I guess, Kevin, for your information, I added another $3,500 in your salary just to cover some cost of living adjustments that I was making on top of that.
Okay.
And I mean, I did that in a lot of stuff that I had to because they were coming in pretty tight. So if we're gonna do cost of living, I had to adjust some more. So, like anything else, we'll work with what you guys decide on it. It's up to the three of you to make the decision, but you know what all of us would like to have.
Today's the day.
Yeah, and let's go a little into that too. If we get published this week, we can have our hearing on the 17th, 2 weeks from today. That's also the day we have to do election canvass. That's going to make it a very busy morning to get all this stuff done. The election canvass is required to start before 10 o'clock, which throws a wrench in our whole schedule. We have it scheduled for 9:30 is what we put out on our notices. And the way I've got this right now, I have the budget hearing scheduled for 11 o'clock that day. I'm guessing if we do both of them that day, that could be one of those long days in here trying to get everything done if we have very much other business to work on. It could be possible to wait one more week on the budget. I don't like to push it out that far. Technically, it's supposed to be approved by the 15th of August, which is a Saturday, which kind of gives us till the 17th before that deadline really hits. And then our budget, just like every other taxing entity in the county, is due to be signed and back into me by the 25th of August. Obviously, with ours, as soon as it's signed, I have it. So if we did push it out one more week, I could still have it by that 25th deadline. But like I say, I'd rather not wait that long if we don't have to. So it's either we make the decisions today and I get it published, or if we wait one more week, or you give me some things to change and bring it back next week and we don't have the hearing until the 24th.
Rick, where are you at?
I'm for the program, because I think if you've waited that long, and it's a very costly one, and so was the time cards was too, but if it keeps tracking, it's more accurate and it's more efficient. I mean, there's probably, you've researched, and this is the best program that you
We
found.
had presentations for 3 different companies
Yeah.
when we started looking into it.
I remember
and
that.
This was the one that my employees that work with it all the time by far prefer this one. It was not the cheapest of all the options.
Right. And I guess my biggest rub with adding 3 more individuals to our payroll and our benefits. And that really holds us to the fire too, because if we were to do that, and next year somebody wants to add something, I know who's gonna say something, or at least he should. What the hell? That's my biggest concern, is adding that much of a increase to the budget for that. I'm not saying he doesn't need it. I don't know that he does or doesn't need it, but, and I don't know why you would say, the sheriff would say he didn't need it and put it in. So I just don't think it's the right time for it. Now, is there some type of compromise with that? I don't know. That's you two. But if it's in there, I'm not voting on the budget in favor of it, because I just don't think that's too big of an increase to one area.
Mike?
Oh, I don't disagree, and I think there's a little bit more research we can do to probably before we put those positions in. I think with the onset of this new facility, there's going to be a whole lots of things we're going to all learn through, or the county's going to learn through. it's budgeting time, it's time to make some compromises and do what we need to do. What is the most important thing? I'm scared that, the road covering, I mean, that's a very critical need for the community. I had a gentleman said, I've been living out there on that road for 30 years, and I've seen the roads last week as good as I've seen them in years. And what we know about that is we've used them a lot harder than what we did for 30 years. The sheriff's department, I think, they're doing a great job. I mean, I think everybody in the county is doing pretty well. I've said that many times, but the needs, I don't think it's time to add another position to the ambulance. I don't know, is that, weigh those two things out, is that more important? Well, I don't know, and we won't know, we don't have a crystal ball, but, Doug's suggestion about holding off on painting a couple things, I don't disagree with that. I think you guys are trying to refurbish these 40-some-year-old pre-engineered buildings, and I think you're probably getting rust on the steel, and I think it needs to be done, and I think you probably ought to get together and see if you can't wrap up a contract, much like you do on roofs and things, and propane, and a lot of things that we've been able to pull together that has used to work in 20 different directions, because we just didn't have the unity that I feel like we have now. But anyway, I'm in favor of going ahead and funding this payroll program. I think that's going to benefit everybody as a whole, not just one department, but I think it's going to benefit everybody. That's obviously the reason it's coming out of courthouse instead of the clerk's department. The COLA, are we thinking 1%, leave it alone?
Yes, at least I am.
Danny?
Yeah.
Okay. The health department, it sounds like, we've got that kind of figured out. We have a lot of growing to do there in the next year, a lot of things that we just don't have any history to figure out what's going on. Doug, I guess the fire department's gonna take a hit a little bit this year. Hopefully, we've done a lot of growing in there in the last few years, and I didn't really mean to emphasize that for the budget you had. I've praised the way the fire department and the people put together and create a 5-year plan and keep the equipment dated and the facilities. I mean, I think a lot of times we used you as that department as a model. We'd be better off as a county sometimes. So anyway, I guess that's where I'm at. Road and bridge. What do you think, Jack? What's going to happen if where we're going to compromise in order to bridge that gravel this year?
Or you just pull it from some other area like we've been doing.
Yeah, I think what Doug suggested on his, if he needed something, was actually a little more than what I got next year. Because I've still got you going up $4,600 over this year's budget. So I mean, what line item it comes out of, to me, is not a big deal. But, I mean, that's something we could talk about on how we're gonna arrange something if we're looking at that too.
Well, tell me about the rock, the surfacing for the gravel. I mean, we just pull that out, like you said, it's not a really big deal about where we obviously got to bridge the payroll and maintenance and.
Yeah. Budget-wise, from my side of it, line items don't mean as much to me. It's the overall budget I'm looking at. And especially when you get into things like road, fire, health, where they're their own funds. Because then I'm not only looking at their budget and trying to keep it down, but they are limited on their allowed spending by what's published on that budget. When you look at a bunch of us, like Kevin and I and numerous others that are within the general fund, the actual limit is on the whole general fund. And that's where we have contingency and windfall in some of those reserve funds, that if one of us does go over, we've got somewhere to pull that budget authority from, where Doug or Tisha or Jack don't on theirs. The only thing we can do on them is if we get reimbursements, it gives them more cash, and then we can amend the budget to allow the spending of that.
And this is pretty well covered, because we're gonna get the reimbursement, even though people up against the one, it's strictly in.
And I do have, a lot of these reimbursements we should be getting are already figured in the various funds. Now, I don't know on the spark how much it's gonna be yet, but some of that's gonna affect how much we spend in those departments too. And if we can get these projects submitted and they're approved, then yes, we're probably gonna end up spending more this year than what I have in there, but we're gonna get the cash back to cover it through the spark program. So it really doesn't affect tax levy that way.
So the monies that were expected from last year's incident, FEMA money,
Starting to trickle in.
have we accounted for that, the
Yes,
full amount?
I have the total amount in there to receive it this year.
600 and almost $700,000.
You have it in your, this budget?
Yeah, it's already in the road budget.
So if they said no to everything, we'd be hurting, wouldn't we?
We have to cut a whole bunch of expenses somewhere. If we can- if that can-
And as far as you bridging your budget, whenever we had those added expenses, you did that, we pulled that together, so it's not like we pulled it from contingency or windfall to fund that road and bridge to make that happen, so. Hopefully, I guess that makes me feel a little better about that. Kevin, I'd like to pursue this deal with the architect a little more. I think there's some latent benefits like you're pointing out to the floor space even, and or we're gonna look at a minor redesign and a rebid. I appreciate you. That was a wonderful document, and your attitude about working with us on it, so thank you, but I probably would like to wait for the revisit and fund the training, because I think that's ultimately could be lives,
Yeah. I like the training, of course. I mean, that's,
certainly.
So that would be, what, option or schedule B or C or where?
Be what I come up with.
and then while he's doing that, let's go to Tisha. And on your increase, are you asking for more people? Is, in your budget?
Yes,
And how many was it?
1.5, I think, right, David?
I think so. Take a full.
If I remember right. it
But
was
does that
1.5, and then the other was,
Was that permanent hire?
it could be contract or permanent.
And I think
I don't know, did you include that in the benefits, David?
Is that health officer?
I do.
Okay.
but the way we approached it was more like on a temporary basis, right, Dave, or did we?
I have another full-time staff position in her budget for next year. Whether we get reimbursement or not, I think it's in there. Well, I know that because I bumped up a bunch on your salary line. to cover that.
Is that all right?
So,
And again, saying you approve the budget for that now, doesn't mean you have to do it. I mean, if we get to next year
And
and
COVID goes away,
and
then.
it goes away, you can still tell Tisha at the time, we're not gonna let you hire somebody and you're not gonna spend that whole budget. I mean, that's,
so the purpose of your 1.5, or whatever you want to call it, how you get half a person, but,
Has we have a part-timer.
is because of COVID?
Yes, everything is COVID related. Otherwise, my budget would have only went up based on the extra pay period and the,
Just the COLA? those
Yeah,
type of
yeah,
things.
yeah, yeah. No, mine is specifically is specifically COVID related.
I'm
That is
sure.
the only thing that has caused my budget to go up.
And because of that, you think that, I mean, you feel it's necessary right now to hire someone
I do.
additionally, and then you're not gonna have your feelings hurt at the end when we say no. I mean, not no, but we don't want her full-time or him full-time.
and then see that.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, because if you hire him full-time, you gotta do something. You either gotta let him go one way or the other.
right.
So wouldn't this be better as a contract? And
The only thing is we have been, ever since I started working at the health department, we have been expanding our services. And we are continuing to look at that, and we have done that. And then COVID happened, so that's kind of where we're at. And so if COVID were to go away, then definitely we could look at another grant to reimburse part or all of that person's pay.
so you really do want a full-time person, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, ultimately, yeah, that'd
I'm
be great.
against that for
Right.
this year. I'm
Sure.
sorry.
No, that's fine.
For any increases in personnel. But I mean, if it was a contract person.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm gonna say, don't you think we ought to at least fund that budget in the event that we get this thing, and hopefully this.
If you use it not as a permanent hire, if you're gonna use it as a contract employee, or whatever we gotta call it, David, in other words, the individual doesn't expect it, that they're gonna
Right.
be long-term,
Right.
then that's fine, because that would be COVID to me, but.
Doug had the same issue, he was one of the first budgets we looked at, and he come in, and he said, hey, I've got a bunch of extra expenses due to COVID, And we talked about it, and I think we're gonna fund them through a contingency or, I mean, I feel really good that we're budgeting our reserve accounts, windfall and contingency within, what, $20,000 of what we had last year in reserve, so that makes me 21 actually, but
Right.
anyway, that makes me feel better.
This year, depending on what the committee decides on Thursday, but this year, those positions can be funded out of the monies that we've already been given for the rest of the year. The problem we don't know, there's a possibility that the federal government and or state will keep funding COVID for 2021, allowing us to fund those positions out of COVID next year, but nobody's told us that yet, so we don't know. We're going to have the people to do the work. Where do we pay for it at? And on the emergency management side, last week you said, well, let's not budget for it out of emergency management because we don't know if we're going to spend it or not. Let's budget for it out of the contingency fund and say that if it's needed, we'll pay for it from here. And even if we have to pay for it from there, there's no guarantee that we won't get reimbursed for the full amount. We just can't budget that at this point because we don't know that we're going to get reimbursed through December 30th of this year.
Same thing we just talked about in the health department.
Yes,
It's
both
correlation.
of them are the same.
And for me, as far as KDHE goes, there are 2 grants that I am going to apply for that are due August 14th that go clear out to 2022, the end of 2022. And that is staffing as well. And so potentially that money could, I don't know. at
I'm
this
for
point.
you, I'm just
Yeah.
not.
No, what I'm saying is if I can get the money sent back to us to hire a contract or whatever, I'm gonna do that.
I
Yeah.
hope you would,
Yeah. That's my goal, so that we don't have to take more money from the taxpayers.
And I can approve that with the caveat that you're going to, this one person, use it for COVID.
Yeah,
And not hire completely full-time.
no, okay.
And then if you do, then we can consider that down the road. If you're gonna get funded for 2 years out or whatever, then.
Right.
And this 1.5 persons, that's not including what Dr. Allen's role was, right?
No,
okay.
I did not include that.
No, and I just kind of absorbed that in the general, that service we're paying for now.
$10,000 expenditure, we lost him there, and
And another one coming
there's
up.
another one coming up too, so.
So you're talking, what, 30, 40,000 probably? I mean,
Probably at least 40, 45.
So that's something we need to at least remember. I mean, we've got funding, we can handle it, but I do not have that specifically listed in the budget.
And it's anticipated that could cost up to much more than that, yeah, so. Not free, but not as bad as we had anticipated.
And when you talked about additional services, this opportunity to sell yourself, I guess, the health department. What additional services have you expanded and what do you see in the future?
So we have looked at and talked about, it's a teen pregnancy case management type thing.
Okay.
And when we talk about teens being pregnant, that goes up to age 21. So that's one of the things that we've looked at. Family planning, we do family planning, but we don't necessarily get reimbursed for the family planning that maybe you guys did a long time ago. And so looking at things like that. There's a variety of other programs out there that we definitely could expand upon.
And do you feel like the health department has expanded with its programs? I mean, more people
Oh, yeah.
are contacting?
Maternal and child health, in the very beginning, the home visitor was mostly that pay, and they were was through the home visitor. The home visiting program that is what we're rehiring now. And that has expanded to becoming a mom classes that we started before COVID hit, and now we're having to become more creative in regards to how we're doing the becoming a mom classes, which help give a better outcome for children and pregnancies. We have added with WIC, our breastfeeding peer counselor program, where we have a breastfeeding peer counselor who is kind of a peer of a support to help those people who are breastfeeding. So, yeah.
So that's where I kind of stand in, just to let you know that if,
Just while you're up here, I have a question because I abbreviated something on the salary comparison I did in your department, and I don't remember what I meant by this. I have a part-time CT/CRC. Any idea what I'm talking about there?
CRC is Care Resource Coordinator, which is COVID related, and CT, I'm not for sure.
I don't know either, and I know I put that in there.
It's probably expanded testing or something like that, because those two are together.
But I did have in here a full-time position with the nurse and the part-time over what your current employees were at the time. And then I had that as a much lower paying part-time
Because
position.
we were gonna add, I think, that to one of our previous staff members who was part-time.
Okay. So yeah, I abbreviated something and then had no idea what that abbreviation meant when I looked back at it a month later.
Right. So,
that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Tisha.
you're welcome.
Like-
Here's mine, Dave, you come to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
It's
So,
a secret writing ballot vote.
now, what I'm asking for today is just being able to publish. You will not actually approve the budget until we have a hearing. But I need to at least get you guys on board with what we're publishing before I get it out there, because once we publish, we cannot increase, we can only cut after that.
You can publish a state,
No.
you can,
Well, yeah, you could.
and then reduce it later.
But why, but I would ask you this too, Mike. That's true, you could.
I'm just saying, you can.
Why not just hash these three big ones out, and then everybody's happy, and David can move or do whatever he does to, if that's the case. That's all I ask.
I think I've already.
I've said my part.
Also,
It's really down to you, Danny.
I mean, well, I would go with sheriff in his option A, and then wait on the payroll. You know, the payroll system's been working for 25 years. We'll try to let it work for one more year. I've been over and been in Kevin's office when the communications ladies are running back and forth, and I'd be in favor of the option A, or extra positions and the pay for sheriff, just because I know there's a few other things that's kind of thrown on into him and his budget that he's got to figure out, which is SRO, district court, stuff like that. And I know they're kind of under, how could I say that? Not undervalued, but they work really hard back there by themselves. And I'd want to get them in there, get them trained for the new facility. So, but sounds like you guys are thinking maybe hold off on that and do the payroll.
Where you at on medical health?
I mean, COVID related, right? I don't know really, should that 40, or that or the role that Dr. Allen had, is that something that we should really figure into the budget, or are we okay with just kind of pulling and pushing?
It'd
And
be better if we have it listed somewhere, and, I mean, I've got enough funding in there through contingency or somewhere we can cover it anyway. But, if we are gonna start moving some of this around, I would probably list a line item and spell that out a little more, just so we know where it is.
how do you guys feel about that?
That's fine.
And depending on what you decide to do, I'm gonna hit you with another question as a follow-up, but I'm just not sure which question it is now, because I'm not positive what we're doing yet.
I don't either.
What's your follow-up question?
Well,
You gotta decide.
Depending on what you decide to do, but
Oh.
if you decide not to fund one part or another of this, the way it's in here,
He does that well as well.
that's going to free up some budget.
Put somewhere
lid,
else.
And then that means we can use it somewhere else and still stay under our lid and not increase the levy. And I assume that's what you're gonna want me to do, is still levy what we can without an increase and as close to the lid as we can get. Is that reasonable? So then the follow-up, depending on where you cut and what, how much it is where do we want to spend that somewhere else?
Where do we want to spend it? Can we put it towards a higher COLA, maybe? Or is that an option?
We can, I mean, we can do a lot of things with it, but.
Well, obviously, you'll need 40,000 at least to fund, and then we don't have anything contracted on that for the health director / medical director.
You're talking about the health officer?
Well, the funding that we've had to create since the lawsuit, we lost our medical.
Dr. Allen's position?
Yeah, so that's some funding that's gonna have, if we free it up, it's gonna need to roll there. I'd be inclined to put it in toward the rock budget myself, but see, that's the reason we're, I mean, if you really think about all this information that we have in front of us and the fact that we're agreeing on 99% of this is great, but that's the reason we're here, to have difference of opinions, different viewpoints and look at it, so there's no, just because we're not completely all on the same page, there's no shame in that. So, I guess to kind of cut it where I'm at, where I am on the sheriff, and I'm the road and bridge, I'm apprehensive that we're not funding that rock budget as well as maybe what we could. Those are our two largest budgets. And, anyway, AMR, although I'd love to see a position, I don't think it's the time for it. Fire, we're gonna have to make some adjustments there. I won't have to, but I guess I'm okay with the adjustments made there. I think we've done some good things growing at. I don't wanna take a thing away from what those guys do, because I think they do a phenomenal job. Health, I'm okay with adding the position. The COLA, 1%, I think is a good number, and.
Not a permanent position.
This is just my opinion, and the program I think we need, so. Those were the contingent items that we need to resolve, and I think the only thing we're really having any difference of opinions about is funding the 3 communications officers and the benefit package. And I think that we should have, it's a big enough expense for the medical director and such that we need to have probably a separate line item for that, so. And I realize that there's gonna be some money left over. I would be in favor to shove that into a rock budget. I think there's a little bit more research we can do to maybe soften that, and rock will have to be funded later. I think there's gonna be a lot of things, even after we get into that facility, there's gonna be some things that we're gonna be thinking, we didn't know that, we didn't think about that. So, maybe better service.
How do we work through these two things?
Well, it's okay to even agree to disagree, this is more important to you. I'm sure that,
No, but we gotta vote on the budget, right? We're gonna vote to,
I need to get as far as knowing what I'm gonna publish.
yeah.
And then you can still rearrange within budgets up to the time the whole budget's approved. But I've gotta get it published in at least 10 days before we have a hearing, so that's where I'm at.
And I think we can give you that today, but,
so you're saying that if we publish it as you present it to us earlier today, we can make the adjustments we're talking about right now within that?
Well, some of what you're talking about is gonna be between funds.
There you go.
That's where the problem is.
There you go.
Because if you're gonna cut from the general fund and put it in the road, then that will be an increase in the road budget over what was published, and I can't go up once we publish.
Exactly.
so we need to decide.
I mentioned to David, because we've had a fairly low call volume year in the fire service this year, I would like to see the fire department budget funded at its full request for next year and pull some money out of this year's budget and say we're not gonna use it, move it into next year, so that the mill levy would be the same. It doesn't change it, it's just which year it comes out of. Because again, we don't know what next year's gonna bring. We may have a really bad fire season next year and need every dime that's in the budget.
And really, all I did to next year's on Doug's, that was a cut, was 10,000 out of the scheduled transfer, but I left
Yeah.
this year's alone, and that would be a simple cut this year's transfer by 10 instead of next year's. Same end effect, but it would get next year's.
And I would prefer to do that.
And that's a very simple change I can make.
I'm agreeable to that.
So let's talk about this sheriff thing, and then we talk about your funding thing with the courthouse. So we can get this, knock it out, so the money can be moved to, or not moved, or whatever.
I have one question for Jackie before we go on that. On the 4-H building, should we do, I mean, do you think we're gonna be covered? You said there's a big water issue, or kind of a big water issue.
I really am not sure how that works, because I never see the 4-H budget.
Do you think it's gonna be big enough that it'll mess with that?
We have run across this several times, and whether it was the building down at Centerville, the food preparation, the senior center. Now it's a multiple facility thing. We had a lot of water getting through those back doors, and we've had to go down there, and we've had some little storm thing. Now, having been around that facility quite a bit, volunteering some services to these guys on sewers, and I can't see that that's a huge deal. A lot of maybe grading. In the worst case, maybe build an area inlet, which is what we did at Centerville. Harry went down there and dug a box in and poured a little concrete, put a grate on it. And the really good part about that facility is, although there's a solid surface road maybe there that has to be either cut or dealt with, but we have the ability to have some grade where we can send some water somewhere. When it's all flat, you gotta go a long ways to get rid of it. I don't see that being a 3 or 4, 5, I mean, something probably not worth it.
If we had to go with gutters, which is my last option, it would be expensive, but.
Yeah, but even $5,000, and I know that's, is that not a Quonset building, or is it not? It's not, is it?
The which bill?
The 4-H building doesn't have a
No, it's
Quonset.
not. No, it's not. No, and there's one that runs downhill right through the door, the cement slab, we may end up having to yank it out and level it back out some.
Even with guttering, you'd still probably be under,
$5,000.
$5,000
That's
easy.
not worth spending much time doing it.
I think we're gonna have to grade it because most of it, even if split gutters, is gonna not help the end.
Being inside that fund, I mean, even if we pull $5,000 out of maybe the facilities upgrade money to $75,000, it wouldn't, but we have money within that budget
I've
too.
got special building money, I've still got some 4-H building money left. I mean, we've got some available to do $4,000 or $5,000 worth of work. It's not gonna happen this year.
A few years ago, they bought rooftop units and realized they bought 3-phase units, and then turned power and light, and they said, oh yeah, that's a $40,000 thing, 3-phase over here. Oh, that was quite a few years ago, by the way.
And
Before
we're
I
gonna
was here.
replace those units 2 years ago, and outside units.
At the moment, in the special building budget, just the capital outlay line item on that, we had budgeted 20,000 this year just to have it. We've spent 1,500, and I showed in my proposals for next year that we were gonna spend 15,000 out of it this year. I had no specific plans for that other 13,500. That was just for things like this that come up the rest of this year. So there's money there to do that work.
Yeah, and it'll be in this year's budget anyway, we don't need to be concerned about it.
I'm pointing as a negative in front of it. All right, well, I answered that. All right, so now we're back to the real issue here.
I don't think you want to get specific numbers, because David's going to have to play with that calculation in order to get everything just where you want it to.
Well, it is, and it's due to the way those levies are calculated. The fact that you cut 20,000 from the budget doesn't mean it changes your tax dollars 25,000. There's delinquency percentages figured on that. Depending on which budget we're talking about, it can affect the tax lid. So it's gonna take me a little bit to.
Yeah, you don't want to say we want to do this amount of money, I just say in general, we want to either fund the communications officer, or we do not at this time.
If you're gonna fund or not fund that, if you're gonna fund or not fund the program I want, and then what, in general, what areas would you like to see those monies go back into if they're not there, not in that project? And then if you're okay with me just making it work out to get us back to where we need to be the changes, plug in and print the new one, and I would have it before the day is over at some point.
On our counselor budget, can we talk about that and see what we can do on that? I mean, we're up 23% on that one. I get there's a lot going on.
I'm not sure what we do. If you look at where we are so far this year, okay, the salary part of that budget is set by what Gary's salary is. I mean, there's not really anything there. The part that I was changing was the contractual line, which I was bumping up from 45 to, was it 75? So far this year, we've spent 33.6. However, Gary typically just bills us a couple of times a year, so the last time we made a big payment on that has been about 2 months ago. So odds are there's quite a bit more that's already been accounted for there that we just don't have to bill on it yet. You can change that budget, but unless you change the relationship we have between the county and Gary and the extra work we have him doing, I don't think it's gonna change what we really have to spend.
I think it's kind of, you can look at it kind of like a rock budget. You know you're gonna, if you don't change the way you either quit hauling rock, or you know you're gonna be over budget. Do you fund it knowing you're gonna have to pull money from somewhere else, or do you not? You kind of like approach everything in your hand in front of your face. Well, I'm not really gonna spend that, but I know I am.
And we just lose Rick for a minute, or he can leave us, Steve. And something to keep in mind down the road, I mean, this is what'll come up at next year's discussion with the commission. When we're budgeting for 2022, we're back down to 26 pay periods. We're gonna pick up close to 4% that we had to add in for next year. So we should be able to reduce, even with cost of living, reduce some of those salary lines the following year if the number of employees stays.
You got to set up for elections. Mr. Bartlett.
Well, I would say in reference to the counselor's, cost at this point in time, that COVID-19 has significantly contributed to an increase because we've used Gary more this year with the COVID-19 issues than probably I've used him in the past, 5 or 6 years.
Collectively.
Correct.
I understand all that. I'm looking at the county evaluations and looking at all our big percentage jumps, and that's one of them.
Let me complicate it a little more with Kevin's part of it. We've been talking about a couple $100,000 because that's what we're looking at going up. That's not just for dispatchers, there's other things involved there.
The training.
The difference in the salary part between Schedule A and Schedule C is about $95,000. So that's the part that's attributed to those 3 positions. Does that sound correct, Kevin?
Yes, sir.
With sheriff, we're looking at a 8.7% increase, and with our counselor, we're looking at a 23% increase.
But look at the price difference, the dollar figures for what I look at on that.
Even some of those expenses were related to the lawsuits, so I don't think we'd probably be wise to reduce the council's fund. I guess I would, you need a motion, and we're probably not gonna agree, I don't know, you got to set up for elections, we'd be out here by noon. You got anything else besides this?
Well, I think by when you do this, you're kind of
You
by
can't.
default picking an ambulance option, but we probably should have a motion on approving that at some point.
Well, we'll
We're to
make
that point. We're to that point, we can do that.
we can make a motion on the ambulance. I'll make a motion that we approve the ambulance contract,
Option C.
option C, which is
895.
895,000, and it's a 5 year, is that correct? Contract for the next 5 years, congratulations. Maybe.
I'll second it. Motion's been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye. Yeah, congratulations to you.
Thanks, we appreciate it.
But what, I understand what David's saying, if we change any of this up here, and we try to add to the road later to increase it, it's not gonna work out, right?
Right.
So you do need some type of decision.
I need some kind of guidance on if you cut somewhere, where do you want me to put that?
Okay. And I think me and Mike are so far on the no on the dispatchers, and totally
Free
opposite.
up $216,000, as you just pointed out. Now, there'll be a little money in benefits come out, but it's, what was it, 3,500?
Well, that doesn't count insurance. Where we're adding full-time positions, there's a lot more benefits to come out.
Yeah, I'm gonna say there.
That was just the percentage on FICA and Medicare or capers and that kind of thing.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like if you cut that, it's gonna be going into
Something else.
road and bridge, maybe?
Where would you put it at, David? Where would you recommend?
We're gonna put some money back for medical and
Yeah, we're looking probably 40 or 50,000 in the line item for medical between director and consultant with CHC just to get that listed.
Which,
I'd say 50, because we're very much in the air with that, right?
Yeah.
What do you need?
just your sheriff.
Other than
You got
that,
that sheriff.
Sure.
if you wanted to not hit Doug as hard on his, that'd be an option of about 10,000 there if moved, although I think we kind of worked that out.
We can work that out, I'm good with that.
Probably with the way you guys have talked about it, some of that back into the rock budget would make as much sense as anything to me with what you talked about.
I mean,
The only other thing is if you started out talking about a 0.5% COLA, and I went with 1 in this, so I've already got a little more than what you originally.
I think we both had, most of it, all three of us had hoped to get more than a half of it. At first, we didn't see any, so.
Well, that's where I was too, and I had that impression from talking to you
Yeah.
last week, if we could work out a little more, that'd be okay,
Yeah.
so that's why I went.
So I'm definitely in favor of the 1% increase in COLA.
And then kind of figure some towards Tisha or her health
we've already
officer.
got that, I
I've
think we all.
already got.
Oh, is that already, okay.
No, that they should be hiring 3 if you ain't careful.
Now, we may get some funding in that helps pay for some of
Part-time.
those, or we may not, and that's something that's yet to be seen on next year.
Right.
It's a comfort level, and, you know, a lot of this is because we also know within the funds that we can transfer to the general fund. If we have a need, we're going to support it. Elected officials, and they can do what they need to do to support to run the department. We know that. That's the way it is. So, motion, or do you want to you need a motion probably, don't you?
Well,
No, he needs a,
necessarily.
we gotta work it out.
I just need an agreement of
maybe I'm misunderstanding, but if you do take away something from somebody and you want to put it in road, we've already voted on it, then you can't increase the road budget, is that correct?
Not if we published it. And
Not published it, but what is it?
Okay, when I put this in the paper,
I might have misunderstood.
I put in a 1-page summary of the budget that shows all the funds, and it compares through years, the tax levy amounts. That sets our limit by fund on the spending for those funds for the year, and it sets what we're gonna tax on.
you could.
So, road is a separate fund, so what we're talking about, if it was with Kevin's salaries, that's in the general fund, we'd be deducting $95,000 from the general fund, which is fine, you can deduct once you publish, but if I've already published the road fund at, say it's $4 million,
You can't increase.
Just because I take it out of the general doesn't mean then I
Right,
can make
right.
it 4,095,000. So I can't put it in once we publish in a different fund. If it was within the general fund, we could just rearrange it and it wouldn't matter.
So you just need a concurrence or a majority then, right?
Yeah, I need to get it published, and sounds like Kevin's dispatchers and my payroll program were the last two big things really that were the main discussion with the three of you. So if you want those in there or not, and then if not, you're already talking about the medical director, that position being taken up part of it, and probably rock, it sounds like. for what's left.
That's my wishes, I guess.
There's just one of you on that.
Should we go any higher on the COLA or no?
Well, I don't know that to me, that rock fund is
Right.
critical.
The COLA is, like I said, between the actual salary part and the benefits on it, would be roughly 55,000 per 1%.
And we already doubled on what we originally thought we was gonna be able to do, so I don't know.
I mean, that is an option if you wanted to go that way. But yeah, and again, part of that would be spread over a whole bunch of funds. So if that was a direction you wanted to go, I really need to know that's what you're thinking to adjust all those budgets to get to that.
I think it sounds like we'll probably go rock.
That's my comfort level, brother, but you've been here long enough, I respect your
No,
opinion.
I mean, I
too.
think that, the rock's a huge deal. I mean, if majority goes, not against Kevin's option A and the payroll, then, I want to go a different direction, but we're talking majority now, so we got to figure out what we're going to do with that. And I think that rock's,
Does that work for you?
yeah, that works for me.
Does that work for you, Dave?
I can make it work.
Like it?
We don't
I'm just still trying to figure out what
Jim Jarrett.
So do we need a motion for,
Are you happy with the, everything else?
yeah, I'm good, yeah. That's
So
fine.
we're all in agreement now?
No motion, I
Well-
think we just need to have this consensus that
I think
this is where
where
we're
we're
at.
going.
Hurry up, vote, damn it.
Direction.
consensus is fine for what I'm doing right now. I just want to make sure I know what that consensus is. So-
You're not confused, we aren't confused.
Because I am confused right now.
Yeah,
Dave,
that's all right.
Kevin's taking it on the chin on this deal, sorry, but I think that we're,
I'm not, your people are.
well, and it gets back to what you feel like you need to do as a whole, what your comfort level is, and with the Justice Center and everything else that we're doing, I think we're really gonna grow that whole department and every piece of it in leaps and bounds in the next few years. So, and I think this might be a one-year compromise. I don't know, maybe next year that our priorities completely something different. And having talked to you about it several times, you give us several options, and there's some options. These are needs, and I love that. I think that's great.
Let me jump in with what I think I'm hearing at the moment. Is you're not in favor of funding the 3 dispatchers, but leave the 40,000 training alone, leave that in there. So that's roughly 95, plus it will give me some benefit money to work with, which I'll have to calculate that amount. And the other question was the payroll program, what's the consensus on that one?
I'm for it.
I'm for it.
That's majority.
That's a cop-out, brother.
I'm not, I just,
You have other
We-
priorities
yeah.
that you feel?
we talked about what we want, so it's
Sure.
fine. Well,
There's no shame in
now
it.
we're gonna go on and,
So that would be what I need to adjust on the overall for limits and levy is not funding the dispatch positions and the associated benefits that go with it. Use that money in line items for the medical director, consultant, that type of thing, and rock. And then Doug and I talked about adjusting his carryover this year instead of next year's, and okay with that. I mean, that's not gonna affect levy one way or another, it's gonna just depend on which year we take it out of. Everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Or enough to agree anyway?
Yeah. I am.
Yeah, same here. And do you need anything from us, or you need a vote or anything?
I really don't need a vote on that. You'll vote on the budget when we approve it.
The problem about getting really specific on a vote is he don't have the flexibility to adjust some numbers around to make it fit inside of these calculations, so, yeah.
I don't feel like any of the outside organizations tried to beat us up too bad this year, you know.
No, I don't really think they did. I think that was one of my suggestions right off the bat. I was thinking we needed to look everywhere we could for every dollar. And
Right.
it didn't turn out to be as bad as I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Well, you know which direction to go now?
I think so.
Do we got anything else that we need to talk about before?
Gary, I asked Gary to bring in next week the, extend the moratorium on the windmills for another year, so allowing us the opportunity to make sure that if anybody does come in, that we're not dealing with them right now until the,
Plan and
yeah.
planning and zoning all gets
Yeah.
settled.
And I don't know if you noticed on the sheets I gave you today on the agenda at the very bottom, and I think Gary emailed you too, but we does have meetings scheduled with Goldberg's people next Monday at 10 o'clock. So that would be, I assume, as part of the commission meeting.
So do we need to go somewhere for that? Because aren't you setting up, oh, that's this week, that's tomorrow, election.
Yeah, we'll be done with.
What about the canvassing, is that next week?
Canvas is the 17th,
Okay.
which is gonna be the same day as the budget hearing. So
Okay.
I'm gonna take up a lot of your time on the 17th between election and budget.
Historically, the budget hearing's not been a really long deal.
It's usually
It
not.
can be, but it doesn't have to.
You do have to give the public an opportunity to speak at that if they want to. So you've got to open it as a public hearing. Now, you can limit the amount of time people talk and, you know, you can shut them down, but you have to have that public hearing before it's approved.
Anything else? You guys got anything? Barbara, you caught up?
I think so.
All right. Well, with that, I'll make a motion that we adjourn for the day.
Second.
Move second, all in favor? Aye. Aye. So new insurance card automatically means we get reelected, right?
It's just what the new policy